Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Harton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The Yuletide season is here, filled with colors, energy, and the familiar bustle that signals the close of another year.
It's that time of the year when people get busy, market gets more sales, and everyone just wants to close the year strong.
For many, December brings excitement, but for others, a quiet pressure to tick boxes left untouched since January.
In the race to finish well, many people often push beyond limits, forgetting that peace is also an accomplishment.
Some get agitated, anxious, or desperate to prove something before the calendar slips.
But the truth is, no achievement is worth your safety, your finance, and your peace of mind.
Your journey is valid, even if everything didn't go as planned this year.
Celebrate your progress, protect yourself, and move wisely through the seasons, temptations, and rush.
Let December be a month of gratitude, intentions, and clarity, not fear or unnecessary pressure.
Step into the Yuletide, heed this clarion call. With calmness, wisdom, and joy we ride. Staying alive is the greatest achievement of all.
All of us at SOUQ News TV, welcome to the Christmas season, a time of reflection and gratitude. Stay safe and remain grateful.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos. And I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and imposed as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here. Even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here. The SSG is here. The Attorney General of Plateau State was also here. And also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make the closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. Well, I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there, I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was very no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance these fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The NOC civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you were paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that, and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Paolando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well, that Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. obviously my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture, actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still...
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news updates on SOUQ News Television. I am Umivi Idolor. The federal government has approved the write-off of about $5 billion in debts owed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited as part of efforts to prepare the firm for a potential initial public offering in 2028, according to Argus. The presidency confirmed that the declared obligations include $1.42 billion in dollar-denominated debts and 5.57 trillion naira in naira liabilities linked to production sharing contracts, domestic crude supply repayment agreements, and unpaid royalties. Argus said the move is aimed at cleaning up NNPC's balance sheet to boost transparency and attract investors ahead of a planned listing that could involve selling up to 20% equity. However, major uncertainties remain as disputed debt estimated at $42.4 billion from January 2011 to 2017 and obligations accrued in 2025 were excluded, even as NNPC reportedly explores fresh financing, including a proposed $5 billion crude-backed loan from Saudi Aramco. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has wiped off 4.01 trillion naira of subsidy arrears and other debts owed to the federal government following a detailed reconciliation of accounts. FAAC records show the cancellation forms part of a broader agreement between the government and the National Oil Company aimed at cleaning up legacy obligations and clarifying the financial position of NNPCL. FAAC documents indicate that NNPCL's payables dropped sharply from 4.72 trillion naira in October 2025 to 706.32 billion naira by November 2025. The difference stems from prior reconciliations under the Presidential Stakeholders Alignment Committee framework, which had accounted for liabilities up to May 2023. Additional royalty and tax obligations of 2.03 trillion naira for June to December 2023 are to be managed by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has invited investors to bid for stakes in some of its oil and gas assets as part of efforts to optimize its portfolio and attract fresh investment. An invitation document released on Monday shows that interested firms must register by January 10, after which qualified bidders will gain access to detailed asset information through a secure data room. The plan says, aligned with earlier indications that the company may divest at least 25% equity in selected assets, although the size of the stakes and funds to be raised were not disclosed. The move comes as Nigeria seeks to boost crude oil output and investor confidence amid challenges such as aging infrastructure, oil theft, and regulatory uncertainty. The World Bank has warned Nigeria and other sub-Saharan African countries to pursue export diversification and fiscal reforms as rising debt and weak growth deepen financial stress. In its International Debt Report 2025, the bank said the region's debt levels and servicing costs kept increasing through 2024, even as economic growth remains subdued. Nigeria's total public debt rose 2.01% quarter-on-quarter to 152.39 trillion naira, that is $99.65 billion in the second quarter of 2025, driven by continued borrowing to fund budget deficits. While Nigeria recorded one of Africa's largest current account surpluses in 2024 and raised $2.2 billion in Eurobonds, the World Bank cautioned that high debt burdens are crowding out spending on health, education, and infrastructure, making fiscal reforms urgent. And the United States has passed a new law aimed at raising household incomes from early 2026 through permanent tax cuts and expanded deductions, according to Reuters. The legislation makes permanent the low individual and business income tax rates introduced in 2017, extends the standard deduction, raises the estate tax exemption from $14 million to $15 million, and expands the alternative minimum tax exemption. The law also introduces targeted relief measures, including tax exemptions on up to $25,000 in tipped income and up to $12,500 in overtime pay for qualifying workers, while seniors aged 65 and above can claim a new deduction of up to $6,000. Reuters reports that expanded business tax incentives and higher deductions are expected to increase take-home pay and refunds, providing a notable boost to household finances. Many thanks for watching. You do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Umevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, It's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act (FCCPA) 2018 provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this. What I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. It's the second to the last one for the year 2025. And hey, it promises to be nice. For everyone that has been with us all through the year, we say thank you very much. And we will do this again. If you have a loved one, please remember them. Reach out to them. Call them. If you can't visit, hey, remember, communication is key. At least let them know that you have them in your heart. My name is SOUQ. John Rogers SOUQ. Today is going to be a bit mellowed down. For everyone out there, remember, be safe. Doesn't matter what you're going through, first be safe. It's those that are alive that have hope for tomorrow. So be safe. Today we'll get to tell you that the stock exchange, the NGX, is still there and investment is happening, it's growing. So we'll ask you this simple question. What will you be putting your money on in 2026? And for those that have made very good gains in 2025, congratulations. Just don't leave us behind. We'll also talk about the power sector. We talked about it yesterday. Gains thanks to the gas pipeline that have been fixed. But something else happened yesterday. We'll talk about that. So you see there's a lot that you should stay here today. Don't go anywhere. This table is alive. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. And I'm not alone here. That particular lady that have decided to make this place beautiful, she's here today, and she worry our life. But we'll keep tolerating that. We'll have no choice.
Good morning, Chooks. It's nice to see you. For those of you that don't know, Mr. Chooks and I were on the late night show together, and we're up with each other till almost to 1, so we've been kicking it. By the way, they tell you that you should leave for today, and so that you can always move forward for tomorrow. My name is Swift Aderito, and get ready. We're going to have a fantastic show because Mr. Chooks is in the building, aka the governor, and we have somebody else on the table.
Now, when she was talking, I was doing this like, don't believe anything you hear. Don't believe. 100% possible denier. I was... Okay. Yes, the handsome one is also here. He's still in Nigeria and he's not left us. I mean, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Compliment of the season.
It's nice seeing you.
Same here, sir.
Okay. Yeah, he's looking
so before you run away, he's
together.
looking to put together. He's looking like he came here to pay our bills. You know, the suit is working, the tie, looking very nice. Like he's the guy from Wall Street, and we are the presenters. You know, when you are interviewing the billionaires. Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yes, let's get straight to our first story for today. The Nigerian Stock Exchange, Market Watch. Now, the Nigerian Stock Exchange gained 542 billion. Now, trading resumed after the holiday break on Monday. Nigerian Exchange kicked off the post-holiday trading week on a very strong note, recording a market value gain of about 542 billion on Monday. That was December 29, 2025. The market capitalization rose to 98.4 trillion, reflecting renewed investor optimism ahead of year-end positioning. Now, according to data from NGX, a total of 1,468,187,076 shares were exchanged in 47,873 deals with a total turnover of 35.53 billion. Now, while trading volume dropped by 16% compared to the last season on Wednesday, December 24th, turnover jumped by 22% and the number of deals surged by 147%. That's a very good move. Now, market analysts are also saying that the uptick signals strong institutional interest and bullish sentiment following the Christmas holiday. The rally comes amid broader macroeconomic development and expectations of improved corporate earnings in early 2026. Investors appear to be rebalancing their portfolios in anticipation of a fiscal monetary shift in the new year. Fiscal money shift that's also coming with heavy, open-ended tax regime. So everybody needs to get informed, stay informed, and make profit. Over 540-something billion. That's good news for a year that is ending. This is that part of the time where a lot of people try to take profits and market will kind of dip, but we're not seeing that happening. Is it going to usher us into a better market season 2026?
Yes. The confidence level of investors in Nigerian Stock Exchange in the past 18 years to 2 years has been very, very strong. This is something that the new Nigerian administration has been able to go right. They've restored the confidence of investors in our stock, and our stock are one of the best performing in the world, doing way, way better than even America and most European countries. And for me, I feel like next year, a lot of more people are going to get into the market because there are still a lot of investors that have been studying the market, you know, for the past few months. The only worry that we have is our security challenge, because most of the investment in our stock exchange is FDI. It's not really Nigerian money. A lot of Nigerians still are not investing in the stock, even though it is very, very profitable. So if we have any major challenge in terms of our security and everything, the money can be pulled out because it's mostly hot money. Is not, that's the only challenge that I see. But apart from that, it looks very, very promising.
Looks very promising, you see. Now, let's look at major gainers and people that have companies that have really moved the market in the past few months. Banks.
As he said, it looks very promising. You see, he sounded like one of the people that made a lot of money from it. So
Yeah,
let's let it be. Yes. So the gainers.
He did.
Okay. Yes. So talking about gainers, there are certain things that it wasn't only the Nigerian stock market that did well. European market did well. U.S. market, although they have been having some issues, they were able to bounce a little back at this period. Although people were afraid because of the volatility of the Christmas period, there were a lot of expectations that the indexes were going to go down. But somehow the indexes were maintained. The Nigerian stock markets surprised everybody because as of November, some school of thought said, look, by December, these stocks are going to come crashing down. Why? Usually by December, we always have the Naira to dollar issues where the dollar seems to go up. But thanks to the Tinubu administration and, of course, the CBN governor and his team, you can't take it away from them, they were able to maintain the Naira to dollar. So the prices, in fact, it even went down a bit, which is surprising. And so this helped with the stock market. Of course, we saw manufacturing, which are top gainers, the aluminium company that did industry, which did almost 32.2% these 3 days, because of the close of the federal government declaring 25th and 26th, independent days. So the stock market didn't work on those days. And so we saw the aluminium market go, we saw manufacturing go, which is something that we have been saying. They are one of the top stocks to put your invest in because they seem to be going well because of the policies that are in Nigeria. We also saw Access Holdings stand out as one of the most lucrative stocks to put your money in. EcoBank surprised me. I wasn't seeing them coming, but they came up looking really. No, I'm serious. I was voting for the oil and gas sector.
The oil and gas have always been there.
No. The bank surprised me a bit. I'm still not very.
The banks declare profit every year.
No, I know, but they were never top gainers back in the day. And by the time you are seeing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 banks as top gainers, it means that our lending. People are taking loans. That's the truth. And it means that the market situation is
Are people taking loans or the bank themselves are investing some other?
They are investing and big businesses are taking loans. Why are big businesses taking loans? Big businesses are taking loans because they have been able to maintain the interest rate. I remember the interest rate dropped between October and November to 28%, which is steady. So that's actually a good 20. By from CBN is 27. By the time you are taking it from banks, the least you can get is 28. So
if you get 28.
Okay, at least. So that one is actually very good for the businesses. Now to wrap up this finally, of course you can't take away the Dangote effect. And the fact that less fuel was being imported into Nigeria has also helped to stabilize our forex somehow, because the monies that would have gone out for.
Has it helped or it has directly stabilized?
It's not the only thing.
Say the way it is.
Look, you are training 5 children. It's not the only one.
Sorry, I'm not
training. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria, we are doing a lot. So it's not the only thing. But it's one of the things that has helped. And of course, shout out to the administration when, there were strikes and all that. They were able to put policies in place to hold it. We also saw fuel increase come down. So we expected the stock market was going to do well a bit because now there's more monies. Even with the profit sharing, there's more monies. And so there's more money in the economy as we speak.
So people have the confidence to reinvest into the same market.
Sorry, by the time the market was closing, it was seen that more new people have bought stocks. So it means that there's now investor confidence.
Investor confidence.
In the stock exchange.
Why we pray and look forward to our capitalization growing, no matter how much of a profit we've made this year, we are still nowhere near the capitalization of the South African stock market.
Why are we like this?
No, we are not.
Why are you always comparing my husband to someone else's husband?
We're not comparing. We just want the market to grow. We want to be able to, see our Nigerian exchange be able to, on its own, pull out any money to fund any project that we want to execute in Nigeria without going outside this nation. And that can happen if we encourage people, me, you, doesn't matter how big or how small you are, to invest in the stock market. Then we know that capitalization will not be a major problem. How can we start achieving that? Also looking at what's happening next year, the tax regime and the insurance companies. People are sleeping over that. But I have a feeling that the insurance companies are going to more than double, triple next year. Do you buy that?
Yeah, I agree, because there's a new legislation, in that sector. And I feel like that is one sector that is very, very paramount, very important to economic growth. Because when there is a thriving insurance industry, it gives investors and businesses more confidence.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. Sincere apologies for that break in transmission. We really needed to do some power switching. Yes, we are here and we are all present. Amin is here, Swift is here, and let's continue our conversation. You were saying something about the insurance firms and possibilities for 2026.
Yeah, so the new legislation about the insurance industry is very, very important. And I feel like it's one of the missing pieces that can really double or multiply our GDP, because with insurance is going to be a game changer for businesses and investment, because there's more shock for risk and any unforeseen circumstances. I beg your pardon. So it's something that has really been missing, and I call it the magic of the Western world. When people say, "Oh, when something unexpected happens, you get it back," or for businesses they lose money, they get it back. It's like magic when Nigeria tell the tales, but it's just insurance. And I feel like it's, like I said, the missing piece in economic growth and our GDP growth. There will be more encouragement and confidence for people to invest more in Nigeria when the insurance is in full swing.
Okay, now talking about investing more, we're looking about export diversification. Now, World Bank, yes, it's been a while we talked about World Bank on this table. Now, World Bank is urging Nigeria and other African countries, diversify your export, diversify your export. Now, the World Bank has warned Nigeria and other sub-Saharan African countries to prioritize export diversification and fiscal reforms as a means to curb rising debt pressures. This call was made in its newly released International Debt Report 2025, which flagged the region as an outlier where debt levels and servicing costs continue to rise in 2024 despite sluggish economic growth. The report notes that much of the debt accumulated was driven by counter-cyclical official financing rather than productive investment, making debt sustainability a growing concern. Now, Nigeria in particular was highlighted as facing mounting external debt burdens amid weak GDP growth and limited export base. The World Bank stressed the urgency of reforms to boost domestic revenue, attract private investment, and reduce reliance on borrowing, warning that failure to act could stall development and deepen fiscal distress across the region. Okay. Is World Bank up to something? Because we found, if we follow the trend, we get to find out that is when they are trying to get something done, then a report is out. When they're trying to push a loan, a report is out. When they're trying to collect a loan or ask for servicing, a report is out. Or when they are acting on an interest of another body, a report is out. But on this particular one right now, do you see them on a right trajectory when it concerns African countries, or majorly we on the western side of the globe?
I think for everybody has their agenda. That's the rule of the game. But the question is the statement any further from the truth? I feel like the statement is apt, and in as much as they might have their agenda, it is our own responsibility to do the right thing and, play on our own agenda too. Are we lacking in terms of diversification of our economy? The answer is yes. Nigeria, over the years, is only the federal government I see, and maybe very few states government that I see struggling to raise money at all. About majority of our states, they just rely on the FAC allocation and the money they can collect from tax internally. That's what they call their internally generated revenue. So amid, strong economies for small businesses, state governors are still squeezing revenue out of small businesses. There's no investment. There's no counter funds to support SMEs on the local level. And it's almost like everybody's just facing the same direction. And every day we sing about our resources, about how we have mineral resources buried across the length and breadth of this country. But we have not seen state governors looking to generate something from these resources. The best they do is just to attract investment into the state. But how about we develop our mineral resources, we export it, we even create an industry around what we have. Like in Nasarawa State, they have lithium. There's now a lithium plant in Nasarawa State of an investment to the tune of $200 million, employing over 20,000 indigenes of Nasarawa State. So imagine we have that sort of investment across the 36 states. We know the ripple effect. We know what it's going to tell on our GDP. We know what it's going to do for our unemployment rate. So that is what we need to see. So, World Bank might have their agenda, the Western powers might have their agenda, but the statement is no further from the truth. And there's benefit for us in this if we diversify our economy.
Okay, now, talking about export policy, diversification and all that, let's pick up China.
Okay.
China is specific. As much as they are relating with you, they are opening up a market wherever they are going. And whatever market they are opening is market for Chinese products, which means their people at home have to produce something to fill up those markets. When should we start thinking in that direction? Produce, not consume.
So Nigerians, we have always thought in the direction of production, but we would say that I'm one of the scholars of how Europe underdeveloped Nigeria or Africa.
How long are we going to dwell on that?
As much as we are tired, it sounds like a song that we keep singing. It is the reality. We see it.
How long are we still going to dwell on
That's what I'm saying. Nigerians, we have always been into production. So like he said, there are a lot of things he's saying. He's talking about diversification of different governments. We saw the same governors fight the Tinubu administration when they are talking about local government autonomy. They are the ones not letting. And we all know that the real development starts from the grassroots, because it's in the grassroots that you know where the rubber plantation is. It's from the grassroots that you know where the granite pyramids are. And so every local government chairman, if he has autonomy and he knows that whatever he's bringing from his local government is making a 50%, then you will notice that those development, those projects that died, coal, groundnut oil, little more, a bit of oil here and there, there's a gold reserve. So states like Ekiti have gold. But guess what? Some individuals, for years, we've seen them being arrested, have been going there, to get this out and sell in the market. Now imagine if a local government chairman in that area knows that, look, if from this your gold reserve, whatever you are making, the federal government is giving you 60%, you will see the kind of investment that will come. But who are the people that are arrested? The last time in Ekiti that they were picked up, they had over 20 Chinese people. So it is the same Europeans who are telling us that we should do something. They are coming to Nigeria, they are taking advantage of the situation, and they are making a conscious effort for us not to dwell on our resources. Let's leave that aside. Coming to this, World Bank is coming out to sing a new song. Why? Because World Bank has been highly criticized. At the last OAU African Summit, a lot of leaders talked about the fact that, look, most African countries are into debt and poverty because World Bank keeps giving loans. So you see that a country, no, it's the truth. We
know about the debt.
Yes.
Stuff.
So you
we
see
know
that
about this,
a
but
country,
did they force it down?
Now, another thing we are going to talk about, which is what they raised. Nigeria, for example, raised 2.2 euro bonds. Million euro bonds. What was that money for? It was to help fund budget deficits. Why are you giving Nigeria that kind of money to help fund budget deficit? Because there was already money that was used for the budget. But somehow there was corruption. For example, the NNPC where $3 billion went, and we didn't see refineries working, we didn't see anything. And then you are now giving that same government more money again. You know that this child has squandered money, but guess what? You are so open to give the child more money to squander some more. So as much as, yes, I blame the African nations, let's start with, World Bank themselves. Can you reduce loans once a year, twice a year? You will notice that African nations...
Hope you know they make money off the loan they give.
I know. It's loan servicing. What they make from loan servicing,
they are there for business.
I understand. But look, at this point in time, African nations like OAU, like the last meeting, you need to sit down and have, because you know that these bodies were not set up because they wanted to benefit you. So we need to sit and say, look, you can't give our leaders more than one to two loans in a year.
When are you going to start holding your own leaders accountable?
Hold on. And when this happens, guess what will happen? People will sit back. Lagos State is one of the most economic viable states in Nigeria because Obasanjo held back the money that was supposed to come into Lagos State. Lagos State that's the truth. But it was when they held back that money. That was when the Tinubu administration, as of that time when he was governor, decided to look inwards, decided to start taxation, decided to say, what are the resources we have in Lagos State? What can we do with Lagos State? And that's why states like Bayelsa, who get more federal allocation than Lagos State, they don't even have good roads. They are not up to 20% as developed as Lagos State. Why? Because their resources have not been held back. The same thing so this is what we are saying about Africa. Yes, we have, we export a lot of our natural resources, and we export them at almost the same way that they are being taken out. We export cocoa, we export palm oil, we export bitumen, even diamonds. These things, we export them in the raw form. If we start to add value to what we are exporting, it will bring in more income for us. And if World Bank stops giving our leaders unnecessary loans, that's the truth.
Swift, well, right now, I won't put any blame.
I would also blame, because they are the ones now coming to criticize us. They are the ones who encourage the leaders.
It's the leaders.
Remember?
Can you account for World Bank giving you money to share, and they call it social services, and it's a loan? They give you, hey, take 500 million. go and share to your people.
Before you go back, you see, I'm not a friend of World Bank. Forgive me, anybody. It is the same World Bank that encouraged Nigeria to devalue their naira. We have never gotten out of that. They also encouraged Ghana to devalue their naira. Ghana's economy was hit worse than ours.
But they are better now.
No, they are not better. Have you been to Ghana? My friend came in from Ghana. I have friends who are Ghanaians. And Ghana economy is so expensive. In fact, every time they come to Nigeria, they're like, you guys have it easy here. Food is expensive. Things are 100% more. What are you talking? So it's not the facade people paint. This is the reality. But you don't see them on social media. I'm coming. Insult their company and their country and the PR. That's why you don't know how bad things are there. Things are really bad.
Okay,
Ask him. He goes to Ghana.
Hold on, Swift. Their economy is better than it was 2-3 years ago.
We agree. Tinubu's economy is way better than it was 15 years ago.
African leaders should take responsibility for where we are.
We should also blame the big brother who took us to where we are.
Is our responsibility? Do you buy this World Bank blaming? They are in business, so they have to pull you down to make profit. That is what they are doing.
Defender of World Bank, I agree with you.
I'm not defending them. I'm just saying that we should take our responsibility. We put ourselves here.
I agree. I disagree with World Bank not giving out loan. That is their own responsibility, and we as Africans, we have to be responsible, and we have to know when to say no to the what looks like a free lunch, and stop choking ourselves with loans. But World Bank, what the reality is World Bank will not stop offering us loan. It is our own duty to say no and look inwards to develop all our resources that is littered everywhere. And we need to put pressure on the state governors and the local government administrators to be more hands-on in terms of investment and development from the local level. The federal government is overstretched. With the size of our country, the federal government is overstretched. It's not realistic. There's no country in the world that is developed like ours, has their central government that stretched for everything, for investment, for security, the federal government is, so the state government needs to take some load off the federal government. And I feel like the low-hanging fruit is investment because it's a no-brainer. You are going to make money off of it. And you are going to create jobs for your people. You are going to tax it. Look at, for example, look at the Lekki Free Trade Zone. The taxes, even though they call it Free Trade Zone, they are not taxing profit from it. But even the pay that is coming out of Lekki Free Trade Zone, a lot of states can only dream about it. The payee alone, because you are looking at Dangote with about 20,000 staffs. And there are
a lot of other companies there.
Yeah, there are a lot of other companies. Dangote in particular, they have about 25% of their staffs in the six-figure in Nigeria, earning in six-figure. So you can only imagine the payee. So when you develop your state, it's a no-brainer. You make more money, and you'll be able to do more to serve your people. So we need to put more pressure on a lot of Nigerians, average Nigerians, 5, 6 out of 10 Nigerians don't even know who their state governor is.
Okay, now that's a very sad one. This calls to question that 2027 is coming and elections are coming and elections have consequences. We can't keep looking at the federal government. Their job is not to provide light for you. Dear state governors, wake up. Wake up. Now, let's still talk about this light and energy. Now, Otedola, he is exiting Geregu Power in a 750 million deal as MAM, M-A-M-A-A-M, Energies take control. Now, billionaire investor Femi Otedola has officially exited Geregu Power PLC after divesting his 77% controlling stake in the company, marking a major shift in the Nigerian energy sector. The landmark 750 million transaction sees MAM Energy Limited assume ownership of the power firm, following a restructuring of the majority shareholders' ownership. The development effectively ends Otedola's indirect control of Geregu, a company he helped reposition for public listing and operational expansion. Now, sources are saying that The deal reflects growing investor interest in Nigeria's power sector, particularly the renewed focus on energy reforms and infrastructure investment. Otedola's exit is seen as a strategic move to consolidate his interest in other emerging sectors, although he remains a significant figure in Nigeria's business landscape. Palm Energy is expected to announce its leadership and strategic direction for Geregu Power in the coming weeks as it takes the helm of the power firm. This is one particular facility that was built with federal government money, if you remember. The Geregu Power Plant, then some other things that were part of it before it went private. Then Otedola went and congratulations, now he's exiting again. Are we seeing him as that particular business person that just comes, creates open good governance for a particular establishment, sells, makes its profit, and moves on to the next one? We've seen that happen several times.
Yeah, that seems to be the wave he's on now. He's one of the few Nigerian business mogul that I admire so much. He's having so much fun in the Nigerian business landscape, and I believe he inspires a lot of young people the way he shows them that it's possible. He goes into an almost impossible business. He does the shake-up. We see, he indicts quote unquote untouchable people and get things done. Everything that he touches increases the value, and he moves on to the next one. So I feel like what he's doing right now on the surface looks good and it looks promising, and it shows Nigerians, it gives more Nigerians, more young Nigerians confidence to invest in their own country, because we really need that.
Okay, we really need that kind of investment here. Not just investment, present
local investments. Because if you ask any average Nigerian that, okay, if you make your first $1 million, what are you going to do? They'll tell you, I'll buy a house in America. So we need more people to look inward and have that kind of confidence within our own economy, to say, if I have $1 million, or I'll buy into MTN, or I'll buy into Dangote, or we need Nigerians to start thinking like that. And people like Otedola is helping people reshape their mind to see that there is so much opportunity here or now within our shores.
Okay. First, if we not the first, but one major sale he made some time ago was his oil company. He sold that. Then he got into Geregu. Then he also tried getting into Transcorp, but Elumelu and Co. did some fast movement.
He got into First Bank.
Sapele Power Plant. He got into First Bank, and he has sold.
Yes.
That also happened recently. Where do you think he's going to next? No, he has gotten to Dangote
so I don't know why you're asking me where he's going to next. I'm just excited about this deal. We are looking at $750 million. This is one of the biggest in Nigeria at this time. So the first thing is telling you that the energy sector is a place to invest in. The energy sector is a place to look at. We're talking about the fact
generation.
Yes, energy sector, energy generation. It all comes, at the end of the day, most of these companies, they generate energy. They have smaller shops. I was finding out by the side that some of the energy generating plants also make what you call these things that you put in your walls, and that they tell you, they regulate the light for you before they come on. I've forgotten what they call it, surges. A lot of energy companies also make surges, and a lot of cables and things that we need by this side as they are generating energy. So it's a 50-50 thing. It's another new manufacturing green energy hub for us. And so what Dangote is showing the Nigerian youth is, this is the next...
Otedola.
I'm sorry, Otedola. I'm so in love with Dangote. I'm sorry. This is the next place to invest money in. This is the next place to put your
He's selling us as the next place, whereas he is selling.
No, so every time he sells, like look at what happened with oil and gas. After he sold, the oil and gas industry went off to the next level. Right now, anybody who owns oil blocks, who you are drilling oil, you are the new big boys.
Yeah, but he was playing in downstream.
That's what I'm saying. He also went into the banking sector. The bank is still doing very well. And so it's a good thing to invest. They're one of the strongest people on the Nigerian stock.
So what are you saying now? We should just wake up and look for where is Femi going
Sometime, that's the question. Where is Femi going to? And once Femi lives there, have a 3 to 5 year plan of how to get in there and make your monies, then exit too.
Okay. So, dear Otedola, we have you on speed dial. where is Femi going to is the next question. But now, let's talk about where Femi just left and where the issues are. Energy transmission. The national grid collapses. These are things we really don't want to hear, but hey, we are still hearing. Now, Nigeria was plunged into widespread blackouts. Nigeria National Electricity Grid collapsed yesterday afternoon, December 29th, after we just finished talking about the repairs of the Escravos gas pipeline, leaving most parts of the country with little or no power supply, and that included us. Distribution load data released as at 3:12 p.m. showed an almost total system failure, with only the Ibadan and Abuja electricity distribution companies receiving any supply, 30 megawatts and 20 megawatts respectively. The collapse resulted in a near zero electricity distribution nationwide, severely affecting homes, businesses, and public services during the festive period. Now, although the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, are yet to release an official statement, this marks one of the several grid collapses recorded in 2025, raising renewed concern about the country's power sector stability. Now, experts, energy experts, and consumer groups are calling for urgent investment in grid infrastructure and maintenance to prevent repeated disruptions. Can we really ask ourselves if we really have the right people and the right people manning these particular places? Because this is not what the president told us he was going to do before he got elected. We are way worse than where we were. Just last year, we had better service last year, but 2025, towards the end of 2025, things have just decided not to go well. It's been one excuse after the other. We were just happy to come back from the gas explosion between Escravos and Lagos pipeline. Only for afternoon, we saw darkness. When are we going to be free from this?
In my own opinion, I feel like we are in a better place than we've ever been, because now we have a legislation that has removed electricity from the exclusive list. Yes. So we are way better. The sector is now open for investment.
On paper?
I mean, not on paper. There is a private power plant in Aba that is working.
Yes.
So it is now left for...
Working on generation.
Right.
Good. They don't have control over transmission. They don't have control over distribution.
Right. I mean, we are not where we used to be.
Exactly.
There is a momentum in that sector. And what we have achieved now, we've not seen enough people take advantage of it. Out of 36 states and the uncountable number of private people that can come into the sector, we have only geometry in Aba. So what happens to the rest of the 36 states? What happened to the rest of the local government? Because we have some local governments that are as rich as some states. So what's going on? So if we have that is the game changer. As far as I'm concerned, that is all any sensible governor needs.
Okay, let's ask this question. It took geometrics over 15 years to build.
Yes.
Over 3 years to be able to even get onto the transmission line. Because people that are within government and in the corridors of power did not want that thing to work.
Right.
Do you think that has scared other people from investing in that particular sector?
I mean, say for example, let's look at oil refining in Nigeria. Nobody can convince me that the next company trying to refine oil will go through what Dangote went through. So there's always that litmus test for the first person trying to do something.
Geometric is not as strong as Dangote.
But get what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is geometry took 15 years, and there was over 15 years, and there's so many, legislation and paperwork that needs to be done. The president needs to actually sign to make it happen, and it has happened. I'm saying the next person is not going to take that long, because now there's a blueprint. There's somebody that's done it before him. There's a blueprint. But we've not even seen anybody moving a needle from the states to the local government and even the private sector. And I feel like that's the game changer that we need. Even America, as big as they are, the biggest economy in the world, their private sector is privatized. Con Edison and other people are the people that distribute electricity. National Grid just monitor and just, sanitize the sector. So the same thing is what we need. But like I said, the state government, the subnationals are not doing anything. They are just working free. They are not doing, in the last 10 years, I've not seen anything that is visionary that the subnationals is doing in Nigeria. And that is where we cannot find the money. The National Council has sat down and they've analyzed that we need $10 billion every year for 10 years. That is 100 billion. That's the kind of investment that we need. Our budget right now is about 30 billion. We only generate revenue about 15 billion. Are you saying all our revenue should go into electricity? So the only solution as it is, we cannot continue to say, oh, we don't have electricity and we are blaming the government. We need to look at, okay, what is the problem? What is the solution? We've seen the problem. We need money. Do we have the money? No. Where can we find the money? Private investments and subnationals getting into the ring. So if subnationals decide to now start putting $100 million here and there, there's going to be changes. Let's target our industrial sites, give them electricity, grow the economy, grow the GDP. So that is what we need to do.
Okay, I agree with you. But let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Do you think if we take out transmission from federal government, things will work? Because right now, yes, the sector there has been an electricity bill and we'll try to do some deregulation and openness, but transmission is still in the hands of the federal government. Do you think if we say, okay, I generate, I move, I sell, if we take out transmission from federal government and say, okay, take your hands off transmission, do you think things will change?
So it's 50-50. It's not just taking out transmission. We should look at more, like he is saying, we should look at more of policy. We need to rework on the policy because the policies is what is making investors not attracted to go and start their own
transmission.
plans. No, it's not just transmission.
Yes, transmission.
Because look, for something as delicate as power, I understand the federal government's fear of not wanting to hand it over to an individual. Why? Good. Because of autonomy. An individual, so imagine an individual.
Define for me. Let me say you're from my village and you build a power plant, like their delegates have built a power plant right now, and next thing they are waiting for gas. Okay, now they fire up and they have gas, and they now produce, let's say, 30 megawatts, and now hand my 30 megawatts over to you. Is when you sell, you pay me.
It never works like that. Why? Because if they decide to sell, we saw when the discos increased electricity bills and Nigerians cried, and the federal government went back to say, look, you need to calm down on these bills. We need to reduce. Let's look at how we can subsidize. Let's look at this. Let's look at that. And the
hope you know the discos are failed.
Look, everything still comes out from the discos angle. This is profitability for me. This is what I'm telling you, that this is what I'm getting and this is my profit. But you are telling me, no, electricity cannot be this expensive. And why is the federal government doing this? Because the federal government left it solely. We have seen what the discos can do if they leave it solely in their hands. Yes, from metering to whatever.
Did the discos fail, yes or no?
Look, it's not by failure. I do not see the discos failing. I don't think that they failed. Okay. I just think that
how many transformers have the discos bought since when they took the business?
Can you hold on, Mr. SOUQ? I just see that there are a lot of factors that are mitigating against them that are too much for them to handle. That's the truth. If you look at the number of people who do bypasses and electricity theft, it's a lot. If you look at the unfortunate incidents of people who work for the discos, who are the major people who clamor to bypasses and electricity theft, they are actually a lot because they know how the system works and they know how to do this. If you also look at government policies before you can get your certifications to be able to operate, the kind of underscore you have to settle in. That's why the discos are failing.
Are we excusing inefficiency or excusing corruption? Which of them are we excusing?
You cannot take out corruption from Nigeria.
Are we excusing it?
So the first thing we are going to do is how can we make this better? One, policy change. Imagine if there's a policy, I'd said it a long time ago, any time that the national grid goes down, all the engineers on site should be fired, or 50% of their salaries held. That's what happens in places like China. guess what will happen? You would know, because the engineers on site know at least 2-3 weeks before that, look, there's going to be a power surge. Something is going to happen. They're already seen it. But guess what? Because there's nothing that is going to happen to them, everybody sits still and close. That's policy for you.
That is why we should take it off.
This is not the discourse. So at this point in time,
hold on for this.
Wait, at this point in time, there must be a policy switch. I do not believe that something as delicate as power, like I said, should be handed totally over to the private sector. Because for now, in Nigeria, we have realized that most people in the private sector are very selfish, and they literally do not care about the common man. That's the reality of it.
Okay, now, when it comes to business, it's supply and demand. When you have enough of supply, the prices will come down. It's not that is not that difficult. Now, we've had a time where we subsidized power. Government can still do the same thing. Now, even as we speak right now, we can't transmit as much as we generate as we speak now.
Yes.
Good. So now we are having more power plants, and they need to transmit. And the transmission lines cannot take what we transmit earlier on. Then what about what is happening now? So let's open up that particular sector. If you want to come and play, if it's Ogun State that can supply and transmit, let me have the right to build my transmission lines.
But I've always said it here. I told you years ago how in University of Benin, a lecturer in engineering came up with the fact that the university could dredge Ikoba River. This was in 1995.
Did they do it?
Hold on. And get University of Benin as a major supplier. But guess what? The dean the VC at that time decided that, on the 90s, decided they should go and buy 3 different generators, phase 1, phase 2.
Because he was making money buying diesel.
Like, that's what we are talking about, policy. So imagine we have seen young people from Nigeria who have won Nobel Prizes by using renewable energy. To empower a whole village. This is what we are saying about local government. So there's a boy in Alabra who has used renewable energy to empower his village. Imagine if that's what he's talking about. The local government is empowered and they now decide to invest. Most of the problems we are putting on, the federal government, on the major electricities, it will be reduced.
I agree with you. But now look at it. You gave an example of Benin. As we speak, Convenant University, they power themselves. Redeem, they power themselves. So there are examples like that. It's easy for them because it's just a community.
Now we are talking of 1995. Imagine if this had gone on in all our universities. University of Benin, Ebony Zaria, Ibadan, as long as 1995. Do you think that Nigeria will be talking about power issues now? We won't. This is policy.
Hold on. When we now talk about industrialization, we're talking about being able to generate bigger, not just for a single community. We need to be able to break that transmission monopoly from the federal government. We need to break it. If we do that, whoever can drop $750 million will not be scared of where his product is going to.
Looking at how to make back his 750.
Definitely he will.
And the common man at the end of the day will suffer. The hospitals will suffer. The train stations will suffer. The BRT parks will suffer.
I disagree.
No, they won't.
Please.
I disagree. I feel like like he said, we need to also open up the transmission 100%. And it does not have to be one person. We will break Nigeria into, even if possible, 20 regions, and we can have as many transmitters. And then the government will have to do hands-on regulation. We've not seen that in any sector in Nigeria. We need to have hands-on regulation. And critical federal government assets, like you said, the hospitals, the federal hospitals, the universities, they can go off-grid and generate their own electricity. The rail line, they can have their own solar farm, their renewable, whatever farm to power their train. And then for the consumers, it's going to be demand and supply. And part of the reason why foreigners are looking at the market and not be able to come is our ability to pay. It's not even about it. They know what they need to charge to make their profit. But the question is, can Nigeria afford it? So either ways, that is why the state government at this point, the government, the subnationals, they need to come in, they need to get involved first. They need to put counterpart funding. They need to sweeten the deal for the private people to come in. Because as we've seen, it is not attractive in terms of the buying power of Nigerians. So something has to give. We've opened it up for private people to come, but we don't have the money that is worth their investments. So, and I feel like this is where the state government needs to come in, because the federal government simply cannot afford it. There's no question about it. We cannot, the era of where we say, oh, the government have money, they cannot spend it as, as past.
It's long time ago.
But when there was oil boom, as some states wanted to, it was the same federal government. That's why it comes back to policy.
Yes,
Who
but
we saw the Obasanjo
or
administration ensure that it truncated all Lagos state plans to do that.
So sad for him.
And at that time, there was a lot of oil boom. There was money in the economy. There was enough money to build all these projects.
But right now, this is where the issue is. Tomorrow, by the time you're done building that your estate, you're building along the beachside, you are going to buy transformers. I'm talking to you, so look at me. By the time you buy these transformers, immediately that transformer is installed. It doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the discos. Every single power line you install in that estate belongs to the disco. It doesn't belong to you. So now you tell me, MTN came to this country, they built their mask. Airtel came to this country, they built their substations. So why should it be we that are building all this and it now belongs to the... So that is why we need to take that completely out of transmission.
But I've also said
to whoever is investing in it.
Mr. Chooks, it's the same thing we are saying.
Okay.
If the federal government sits with this point, because I've complained about that, why am I paying 300 and something thousand for a meter, and one day one non-entity can wake up and say because it belongs to a disco and it feels I did something wrong and it takes my meter away. I paid for it. This is policy. So if I'm strengthened by the federal government that look, once I pay for it, it is mine to toy with, automatically a lot of this will stop. It's policy.
Okay, so we look forward to having possibly more investment in the power sector. And like Amin and SOUQ to say, state governors, please wake up from your slumber. Wake up from your slumber. Now, several states are coming up with their electricity board. Enugu State started the problem. And everybody said, okay, good and fine, let's start. Lagos State has also they have a board right now. And let's see who will give the distribution companies a run for their money. Then also transmission. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll continue. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. It's still SBL. Put a hashtag on it, SOUQ business landscape. Remember, join us on all our social media platforms, all your social media platform, and we talk. It's just SOUQ News Television. Follow us. Drop your comment. We'd like to read it. And also share. Don't stop sharing. Now let's tell you what's happening in agricultural development. Sometime last week, we had this particular graduation of forest guards. And now we are getting to know better and hear that the forest guards will boost farmer confidence, improve food security. Now this is coming from All Farmers Association of Nigeria. Now they welcome the federal government's deployment of over 7,000 newly graduated forest guards, saying the move will help restore farmer confidence and revive agricultural activities. In a statement on Monday, National President Mohammed Gedado said the initiative will encourage farmers to return to their fields during both dry and rainy season, following years of insecurity that forced many to abandon their farms. Now, trained forest guards welcome development. What amount of confidence is this going to bring to the villages and communities where they will be deployed?
It will bring some level of confidence, seeing people physically on ground. The number of the forest guards is depressing. We have
7,000.
7,000, is very depressing. That's barely enough for a state, because when we have off-season election, you deploy about 30,000 policemen to one state. So
for election?
For election.
Okay.
So you can imagine, and something that
I can't just say election is more important than farming.
And that is what the government is telling us. Because if we have off-season election and you deploy 30,000 policemen to one state, and then you are giving us 7,000 forest guards to secure all the farmlands in this country, is very depressing. It defies logic. It doesn't make any sense. So, but seeing people physically, the idea of it, when they see people physically on ground, it brings a level of confidence rather than, the unmanned farmland that we currently have. But we need to deal decisively with the root of the problem, which is we still need to find out the financials of this terror group. We need to find the head of these terror groups and bring them to book. So they have been running free for far too long. So we cannot continue to put band-aid solution to this problem. This problem is posing threats to even the existence of this country, and is holding our economy and food security at the jugular. So we cannot continue to trivialize the solution where, we want forest guard, okay, here you go, 7,000 forest guard. We need to bring the Bello Turiji, they know their name, they know their faces, they are not bigger than this country. They need to be brought to book. Now we have a military man with experience as the Minister of Defense. We want to see that play out. We want to see him, get solution for us, secure us, let us feel safe. Because with even 200,000 forest guard, without the head of this terror group brought to book, without the financiers, brought to book, nobody will feel safe in this country, because we have policemen, we have military, and we are feeling like this. So the forest guard will not make any difference. It's just, it gives us a little hope, but we need to fix the problem from the roots, bring the terror financiers to book, bring the head of terror group to book, and end terrorism once and for all.
Okay, end terrorism is a major way to really get people safe and get people working. 7,000 forest guards. Thank you very much, Oliver Twist.
I wanted to add something before you run off. Okay, so first of all, we must understand that the forest guards are also here for intel, because they are going to be closer to the people. Most of them are employed from communities that, so they are going to do better relations than the police do. Because you are posting a policeman from Edo State to Okitipupa, yes, there's already language barrier, and there's communication barrier, there's a lot. So the forest guards, your own brother, your own cousin, somebody from a neighboring community, you are more likely to trust that person with information and intel. So that's one. Secondly, we also know that the forest guards are also allowed to use our local kind of protection, and which is what the Amotekun.
Can you define your local
so
kind
your
of
local kind of protection has to do with maybe poisoned arrows that can make you sleep, herbs that when you pass a certain place you forget where you went to, and these are the things that yes. Okay. I actually know that there's a plant. A friend of mine was telling me if you touch it, it's like amnesia. You have amnesia for 7 days. So farmers back in the day, when you are passing those particular places, they warn you not to touch it because you will wander around the forest for 7 days. So these are the little things that these our forest guards are going to use on these, headsmen or people who are kidnapping and terrorizing our farmers. So it's not just boosting confidence, it's the fact that we are using what we have to fight, the unknown or the known within us. Also, I know the number 7,000 is small, but I believe that, a drop in the ocean is always better than nothing at all. We are also hoping to see more employment, because we saw the Nigerian army complain that when they called out to young people, a lot of young people rather face the system and do a lot of internet and TikTok, and then go join the military or want to. It's same thing with the forest soldiers. How many of your family members really do want to join? So I know that by the time this one starts to achieve some milestones, by the time they call in for the next recruitment exercise, we will see more people interested. Kudos to the federal government. I hope it does as much result as we expected. It brings as much result as we expected to.
Okay, looking forward to results. Everybody wants peace. People need to get back to farm, and Nigeria needs that food security. Now let's get to aviation. Our time is way far spent. Now the federal government is dismissing Air Peace CEO claims on tax reforms. The federal government has rejected claims by Air Peace CEO Allen Onyema that Nigeria's new tax laws will cripple aviation sector. Now, he didn't say it was going to cripple, he just said the air ticket was going to go over $1 million and cost airfare hike. Yes, that part he said. In a swift response on Monday, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, he described Onyema's remarks as misleading. Speaking via his official X handle, Oyedele clarified that the reforms set to begin in January aims to reduce tax burdens and simplify compliance, contrary to Onyema's warning during a Sunday interview. Now, Onyema was saying that there is a tax window, there is an open tax for the aviation sector, and with this particular tax regime that is starting in January, a lot of things that were not taxed in the sector will be taxed, and that money will be transferred, that cost will be transferred to the customer, and we most likely will see fares getting to up to $1 million. Now we are having this refutal from Oyedele. Whose side should we stand? Or should we just wait to see what's going to happen?
I mean, for the people, we just wait to see what is happening. But one thing I know for certain is that Onyema is not on the side of the people. On that particular interview, he made claim that a ticket of about 400,000, the airline only gets 80,000. I refuse to believe that, because as we speak, there is there's a ticket from Ibadan to Abuja that is being sold for 80,000. So how are they going to pay government 300,000 if you claim that a ticket of 400,000, government is getting 300,000? So are you paying tax from your pocket on behalf of the Ibadan people because you love them so much. So, and if from January to November, like I said, the tickets prices are like 120,000. So how have you been paying 300,000 on each ticket to the federal government? So I feel like the interview is deliberate to incite people against the government, and is deliberate to protect his own investments, which is within his rights. So we, the people, we cannot continue to fall for the deceits of business people in Nigeria, because particularly the aviation system, they have been very, very mean to Nigerians, particularly this festive season in December. Because this same December, they commissioned Ibadan to Abuja route, the same airpiece, and the tickets start from 80,000 naira. So they need to explain how, if he claimed that a ticket in Nigeria, government makes about 300,000 in taxes, he needs to explain how he's going to pay 300,000 from 80,000 that he wants to charge for Ibadan to Abuja. So everything, most of what he said on the on that particular interview, I watched it, are just
justification for
yeah,
monies is collected.
He's just speaking like Alhaji Dangote, at the beginning of this whole refinery era, Dangote too was speaking fine with the federal government. And, I feel like Mr. Oyema is just learning from the Africa foremost businessman to try to incite people, incite government against incite people against the government.
Okay. While we're looking at it from that particular aspect, we saw ticket did not fly, it did not sour. Tickets ran away. Price of ticket ran away this particular period where we are in. In some places, it did ×3, ×4. And we now had this interview that happened on Sunday. The first thing I said in my mind was, yeah, good, justify what you collected. Now, let's ask ourselves, if we have very good competition and good regulation, do you think we'll be having issues like this?
So first of all, before I come to that fact, I want to state that the federal government needs to find out if Oyema does pay tax, because his complaint comes out to show that I will not say he doesn't, so I can't be sued.
They do, as long as you're operating in your
some people were giving waivers by the former federal government. Now, there's a reason why I'm saying so.
Tax is collected directly from your ticket.
Good. Company income tax with the new tax reform has reduced 30%, from 30% to 25 to 20. So that's why you are noticing that a lot of businesses between November to December pay their taxes because of the reduction. People are now more excited. Business owners especially. So it's business owners who have not been paying tax that have an issues with. I was listening to someone in channels, and he did the analysis, and he noted about 15 very big companies who have been paying tax. So anybody who is criticizing the taxing system, we need to sit the person down. As for Oyema, I watched the interview. First of all, for a station that, they back at people, he was highly petted. He was petted, he was expressive. It was just his own agenda he put out there. The truth is, I support Airpeace. It's in Nigeria. It's a local Nigerian company, so we want to do our best to always be there. But we also need to come to the point that they seem to be taking advantages of Nigeria when it comes to the pricing. Now,
all of them.
From what you are saying, competition, yes, if there's more competition, it can be open. But you know that the airline business is not Akara and Guguru business that you just set up. It has to do with a lot of financial power. It also has to do with government friendship.
Is the financial power as strong as the financial power that Dangote used?
It's the same thing. How many Dangotes do you have? That's the question. Do you have the financial capability to get an airplane? Most of the airplanes in Nigeria are even on lease. Do you have the financial capability? Do you have the connection to reach out to international people?
That's the same way. It's all over the world.
Before you talk about, I agree. So before you talk about, competition, you must factor that, look, this particular sector is not moi and beans. It takes a lot of financial investment and capabilities. How many people are ready to invest? Not a lot.
Okay. Now, why we ask this same question, it takes a lot of financial respect and capability, the way you said it. A lot of Nigerians are putting way ×10 of money to set up an airline outside this country. So let's tell ourselves some basic truth. The money a lot of politicians are stealing is nothing compared to what it will cost to
You
set
know,
up an
stolen
airline.
money is not documented.
Alleged.
God
Of course, yes,
bless you, my
allegedly.
brother. You cannot
so
trace it.
let's tell ourselves that we need to invest in this country. We need to invest in those critical sectors, be it aviation. And we also need government. Yes, you cannot stand up and say this is the price you charge, but hey, there should be some level of decency when it comes to profit making.
And shame on the state-owned airlines that hike their prices during the festive period.
Okay, now nobody is exempted in this particular one. Now, this particular story got me thinking. I was asking myself questions like, how, when, where? Fuel distribution. Now, Port Harcourt refinery supplying 15 diesel trucks daily despite shutdown. This particular message and story is coming from the fuel marketers. Now, they've confirmed that the Port Harcourt refinery company has consistently supplied them with about 15 trucks of diesel daily, despite being shut down for maintenance since May 2025. Now, this amounts to an estimated 3,150 trucks of diesel lifted over the 7-month period since the plant halted production. Speaking on Monday, the Publicity Secretary of Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, now Joseph Obele, he said diesel lifting has remained steady, adding that marketers continue to load an average of 15 trucks per day at the refinery. Now, this is where Nigerians have issues. I'm not talking about us on this table. Now, when we hear not once, not twice, not thrice that with the refinery has been fixed, it will work in October, it didn't happen. The refinery has been built a second phase, it will work in January, it didn't happen. The refinery is now working and blending. Is not. Now, when you now come up with this, how do you want us to take it?
This is very prosperous. I cannot wrap my head around the news. I've read it over and over. Maybe if I read it for the 10th time, maybe I'll understand. But I cannot wrap my head around it. And it just seems like the petroleum sector is not going to see the light of day anytime soon, because
the refinery, Port Harcourt refinery.
I mean, it's still the. I mean, the Port Harcourt refinery is under the NNPC, and NNPC is the alpha and omega of the oil sector. So, and even under the new leadership, that I have so much confidence in, if we are seeing this kind of news, that means we are up for more tales and more Nollywood in that particular sector. This news, I cannot wrap my head around it. What is the size of their storage units in that refinery? Who is investigating this? Who is signing this kind of news? It's disturbing. It just means they don't rate Nigerians.
Okay, now the Port Harcourt refinery, they still get a quota of crude from federal government.
Yeah, so I was so
the
first of
question
all,
I need to ask is, are they trying to use this to justify the crude that is coming in?
That's what I wanted to tell you. It's all about wordplay. When people brought out the information and people were surprised, I was laughing. I was like, it's even more than 15 trucks. They are just acknowledging 15. Rumor has it, at least before the former president of Nigeria and co, they've had it and they've said that, look, these refineries work. Even when the federal government claimed they were shut down, they were working and they were supplying certain people. And this is the evidence that we are talking about. The fact there's a claim that certain people from NNPC, when you leave, you are entitled to, let's say, 2 trucks every week and all that. And even when the refineries are shut down, when they said they are not working, they have been doing this. They've also said that the refineries work is when it hits 70% capacity that the refineries start to have an issue. So if you are, so the refinery is working at a 30% or a 20% capacity.
Where is this?
No, go sit with the oil and gas guys. And this has been
where is this particular information?
I'm sorry, I'm a journalist. I don't divulge my information. But if you go online, if you listen enough,
this is a national.
No, it has been said worldwide. It has been said
by
your former president has made analogies. A lot of people have said this. So where I'm coming from is this. When this information came out, we that had heard those rumors before that were saying, can it be true? It's now obvious because you had said that this for May, the refinery has been shut down. But guess what? You have now acknowledged that 15. And if we go to the checklist and actually find out for missing and stolen crude, we'll find out that it's maybe 30 or it's 45, or it's 70 that have been going out. It still boils down to the same corruption. It still boils down to the fact that NNPC has, over the years, have shown us that the internal politics is too much. Federal government needs to break that down and actually privatize as quickly as possible and hand to a foreign company or country that has policies on it. That's the ball down for me.
Okay, that's the okay. We will end with this particular story. We won't go much into it, but this has to do with the financial market. For those that are aware, on Christmas Day, there was a gift from Trump, according to him. He bombed some part of Nigeria. Terrorists held specific regions. Now, the CBN is coming out to tell us that the counter-terrorism U.S.-Nigeria operation will not destabilize the market. That came from Wale Edu, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. He has assured Nigerians and investors that recent joint counter-terrorism operations between Nigeria and the United States will not disrupt economic stability. In his statement he issued on Sunday, Edu said the intelligence-led operation conducted on Christmas Day in Sokoto was specifically targeted at terrorist threats and posed no risk to financial markets. The focus is national security, not the economy, he stated, noting that Nigeria's market remains stable and resilient. A lot of fallout came out from that particular. Those in support, those against, those that didn't understand what was happening, and those that were paid to just come out there and talk. Do you see this collaboration helping us?
The collaboration can help us if we stand up to the responsibility and we are able to get the help that we need while we protect the sovereignty of our country.
That was a good fast one. Your last 2 lines.
Okay, so we had, when the bombing in Sokoto happened, a lot of Africans and Nigerians were surprised that, look, we have not been seeing terrorist report come out from Sokoto. And why is it Sokoto? Are they sure? You know, there was rumors that they bombed farms and all that. But I have a friend who lives in Sokoto, who comes from Sokoto, who told me that, look, that particular place that was bombed is one of the areas that the government doesn't even have access to anymore, that the people in that community, they now pay, you know, like tax to the terrorists. So it was a right site. What is it trying to say? This is boosting, as far as I'm concerned, investor confidence back in Nigeria. And we have seen a lot of terrorists come out to appeal to the federal government that, look, we are ready to negotiate. Let us talk. Of course, we saw images of terrorists fleeing. The U.S. Army also thanked the Nigerian Army, who is on ground, who has been doing fantastic. We have been getting a lot of reports. We hope it continues. In fact, we hope that they bomb more sites where the terrorists have strongholds, so that our soldiers and our sons do not go into war and die anymore. Yes.
Thank you very much to everyone that is serving out there. And we want to be able to deal with this issue from its roots, just like Amin said, not plaster or bandage effects for root causes. To everyone out there that is working to make a living, don't give up. To everyone out there that 2025 has not been favorable to, don't also give up. Smile, chin up, and face the day. Tomorrow will always be better. To everyone that has been with us all through 2025, thank you. To companies that have supported us, thank you. To everyone that have shared our message and gone through our walls and our corridors, thank you very much. To the bosses that have tolerated us, you are stuck with us. Thank you very much. And to the backroom staff that is always making sure this particular production gets to you every single weekday. You've been the best. To the crew members, to Godson, to Sam, to Gladys, to Austin, to one very tall man I giving him names every single day, Joseph. Thank you very much. To Gabriel and the other Gabriel, thank you. To everybody ahead of station, thank you very much. Sisi, you're good. To other presenters that have walked past this particular place and are always on this table, to me, Priye and Olumide, thank you very much. Also, Toby, he's the lawyer, we'll say thank you very much. And our able chairman, Ambassador Olufemi. Thank you very much. To Doc Dawosa, you're good. And Mr. Sam came in yesterday. Mr. Sam, we're not forgetting you. We missed you a lot here in Lagos. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, be your best. Nobody's more Nigerian than you are. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers. Swift.
Like I always tell you, they say if you fail to plan, you have planned to fail. As the year is rounding off, ensure you put those plans in work, and those things that you could not accomplish last year or this year, it doesn't matter. Put them again, revamp them, touch them up, and you will definitely make it well. My name is Swift Aderitotil. I see you at the other side of next year, because I'm going to be here to the end of the year. Next year, loading. Take care. See ya.
Amin.
Do have a pleasant day ahead. See you tomorrow.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Promise, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints ranged from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
very warm welcome to you this morning, and glad to have you join us on the program Across Borders, where we'll bring you insightful migration-related topics for discuss. I am Grace Komolafe. As the year draws to a close, today's conversation takes us back to the roots of survival, the land, the people who works it, and the communities that depend on it. Across many regions, farming is more than an occupation. It is identity, inheritance, and resilience passed from one generation to another. Yet, these communities are changing. Climate pressures, movement, insecurity, and policy gaps are reshaping how people live on the land and how women, in particular, hold families and food systems together through uncertainty. Today's episode is titled Living on the Land, Women, Farming, and Community Resilience. It is a conversation about dignity, belonging, safety, and how communities endure even when the ground beneath them is shifting. Joining us on the program is Nchetachi Chukwuaja, a seasoned journalist with experience across broadcast, print, and digital platforms. Her reporting spans climate change, the environment, business, oil and gas, as well as gender and inclusion, among others. Nchetachi is deeply committed to amplifying the voices of marginalized and underrepresented communities. She is also a recipient of the 2024 Covering Climate Now Journalism Award for the impactful reporting on the abuse of women farmers in Benue State. But before she joins us virtually, let's go on a break, and when we return, the conversation will commence. Stay with us. Welcome back, and this is Across Borders. In case you're just joining us, your favorite program that brings you informed conversation around migration and the social or economic impacts on the people. Once again, my name is Grace Komolafe, and our guest for today is Nchetachi Chukwuaja, a seasoned journalist and one who is passionate about amplifying the voices of marginalized and underrepresented communities. We are so glad to have her join us today. Good morning, Nchetachi. Please kindly unmute if you can hear me.
Great.
Yes,
yeah,
good morning.
Hear you. Good morning.
Great, great. It's a pleasure having you join us this morning.
Me too. Thank you so much for having me.
Great. So now let's go into the conversation proper. I want you to talk to us. You've been in the field. You've had so many experiences. Can you tell us first, why did you feel the field where you operate today is a key area you need to, pay attention to? Can we start with that?
My reporting has focused on women, inclusion, and gender. And that's because I saw that is lacking in most of the reports we have. We do not consciously, as journalists, integrate gender or mainstream gender in our reporting. So in the years that I've reported and following, training and awareness about the need to mainstream gender and to ensure that the voices of marginalized groups are heard, I decided to focus on this and then be more intentional about how I report and how I include or making sure that the voices of those people, women, girls, vulnerable groups are integrated in my reporting. So that's just the basis for why I report, women, gender, and ensuring that there is equity in the reporting that I do. Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's talk about life. Let's talk about life. Let's talk about the people. Let's talk about land. Let's also talk about livelihood. Farming is often described as work, but for many communities, it is much more than that. From your experience, How is land connected to identity, culture, and a sense of belonging for farming communities?
Okay, so from my experience, I've seen that land is not just it's a very vital resource, a very vital resource for several people, especially for family communities. You know, this is what they know. This is the life they've lived. This is the source of, their livelihood. So they have a sort of connection to the land, to what they do, to the yield, from their farm. So, and we know that the land is not just doesn't just exist. All right. So there are several resources, several minerals that are derived from the land, from farming and the like. We have people who farm, whose livelihood are farming. But then beyond that, we also have people who mine the land and use it for other kinds of activities. So for people who are predominantly farmers, there is a sense of connection. There's a sense of culture or heritage or tradition that is inherent in land. So the land doesn't just go beyond, it is a place where we just exist and all. It is rooted in their culture from how from traditions on how to carry out farming, on certain being able to understand how the seasons occur, how they go, and what plants to farm at a particular period of time. So for them, it has become the lived experience. It has become a part of their life, where and they have an attachment and the sense of belonging to the land. So for farming communities, land is a vital resource. It is a part of their heritage, it's a part of their culture, it forms part of who they are. It is their everyday reality, it's their everyday activity they carry out. So for farming communities, this is land is a very vital resource.
Great, that's good to know. So now let's come to this very key aspect as well. I don't know how true, but I hear people say women are the pillars of many homes. I mean, not all, many. But when it comes to food, women also play a central role in production and household stability. Do you see women getting, the desired attention for their contributions, or it's often overlooked?
For communities especially in Africa, we've always had cases where we say that the African community or the African tradition is rooted in patriarchy, where the efforts of women actually are not exactly on the front burner or as talked about as that of the men. So, but we know that even if we go to our different homes and from discussions that women actually hold a very vital position, play a very vital role in holding homes together, in ensuring that homes are run according to plan, and ensuring that resources are equitably deployed and used for the purpose for which they are being used for, they are being apportioned for, or they are meant to do. So back to whether the women are being recognized for what they do, I would say that is not that is true to a very large extent. Women are not exactly recognized, and their efforts to economic stability, to keeping homes running, are not as pronounced as we do for the men. Although in recent times we see that there has been a shift in that regard, where because of the push for equity, for feminist movements maybe, and then for people looking at gender equity, for gender equality, for inclusion, and all of that. So that has also maybe to a large extent helped in promoting and ensuring that the voices and the efforts and contribution of women to the economy, to families, are now coming on the front burner. But it is still not at the level that that it is expected to be. It is still a growing concern. But then, from what it used to be to now, we would say that there has been a shift, towards that. So beyond home, women are contributing, to a very large extent and in a very great way to the economy of countries and to nation building, to families and the rest of it. But then the shift has, there has been a shift, a gradual shift from what it used to be to, something more appreciable now.
Okay. So it's good to know that there's a recorded shift already. The progress is there. I'd like to ask you if you have key areas, because you're in the center of this. Perhaps you have things in mind, you have projections, you have, a big vision that you see. You feel if A and B are being put together, it will help women to move from point A to point B faster than the approach that we have at the moment. And most importantly, if you ask me, when it comes to movement, you see from the rural area, you see that it's easy for the boy child to say, oh, I want to go to Lagos. I want to go to Abuja. I want to relocate to Jos, of course, for a greener pasture. They want to go struggle because they are seen as the strong ones that can navigate and do a whole lot of things. So for the women, it's they're a bit limited, moving from one point to another. So you see them staying back in their rural area, trying to get things done. And especially for those that are into farming, they put more effort into all of that. What do you think could be done differently? Most importantly, for those ones that do not have all of that energy to move from point A to another. Yes.
Yeah, so this is where policies, targeted policies, will come to play. We often say that potentials are universal, but opportunities are not. And if we have women, girls who do not have access to this, to opportunities as much as the men or the boy child, now it's already creating a limitation to the potential and, of course, the contribution of girls and women to nation building, to the economy, and even to their own personal life. Now, to ensure that this the bridge between opportunities and access to these opportunities for women, for girls, women, and boys or men are bridged, it is important that policies are put in place, especially those that are targeted. Now, there are a lot of them now that you see, oh, we want to do this for girls, women only, girls only, or that women are men, or that women and girls are encouraged to or are given some level of leverage over the men in such kind of opportunities. But it is still not enough. We still need policies that are targeted, policies that are driven to also ensure that girls are not just limited to the rural areas where perhaps their potentials are left, unharnessed, and then for them it goes on beyond that to even affect the way they live, the choice of career, the career path they sow, and what ultimately they are able to achieve, in life. So this is where policies, will come to play, and this is where also people in this space should be more intentional about the kinds of policies, the kinds of trainings or opportunities that are being offered to girls and to women, especially in rural areas, as a way of bridging the gap that already exists. And also, we talk about beyond even opportunities and all, we also look at it from the educational perspective, where even access to education in most parts of the country is also still limited, where training of boys is taking over that of girls. And we know that, like we say, that training a girl child is like training a nation. Because when you train a girl, she ultimately goes into a home, if that is what she wants, then has children of her own, and then the learnings that she has, she's able to, and in fact, research has also proven that she's able to take care, she's able to adopt certain modern and even modern approaches to child care, and then to ensuring that her own children are better off. But when we see that education is limited for girls, where we see that access to opportunities are also limited to girls, it has a way of spilling over to not just the girl now, but it also affects future generations. So for us to move beyond from that point where we see where opportunities and access to opportunities or availability of opportunities are limited for girls, there has to be an intentional approach. There has to be policies that are targeted, policies that are intentional, that governments and people who are policymakers are intentional about these policies. Yeah, so that's what I feel should be done.
Okay, so let's talk about the women for the last time before we move to the next area. In practical terms, how do women sustain farming systems and community life beyond what we see on the surface?
Okay, so women are, like research has shown, that about 60 to 80% of farming activities and agricultural activities or practices are being done by women. I mean, beyond the making of the mounds and the ridges or heaps that are oftentimes left for men, women contribute 60 to 80%, to the agricultural practices, from the planting to the weeding to application of fertilizer, to the harvesting, to processing, to marketing, to even for commercial purposes, if they are being processed for that, we see that 60% of the agricultural practices are being done by women. And then we also see that they also contribute to crop and livestock management, and of course to their economic contribution. Now, when food is available, when through the efforts of women on the farm, food is available, there is, that contributes to the economy, ensuring that the food is available, that human life is sustained. So women also contribute to the processing, like I mentioned before, of food. And of course, farming is also a way of entrepreneurship for most women who go into maybe full-scale farming, or full-scale farming, or even at subsistence levels. They use that as a form of entrepreneurship, and to ensure that families, the economy is stable through the availability and provision of food and other food-related products. Now, but there are challenges to the efforts of women in ensuring availability of food and their contribution to agriculture. And we see that one of these is the availability of land, right? So our access to land. We see how situations where women do not, they say, oh, women don't own land, especially when they are ancestral homes, where we see that lands are passed down from one generation to the other, mostly to the male in the family. So that, and you also find cultures where once a woman is married off, she cannot lay claim to any farm in her father's house, right? So if women contribute, to this much to agriculture, but there is also limited access to land. Now that will also hamper, production and all of that. So they are seen as just caretakers. They are managing the land for the men, and so when it's time, they hand over. So there's, except for women who decide to buy land on their own and then own that. But even in most cases, we see that some would rather, or, husbands, they buy in the names of their husbands or in the names of their male children. So there is also, that is a huge challenge to the contribution of women to agriculture, to the farming, and of course to food production. And then there's also that of the challenge of finance, right? So if agriculture is a very capital intensive venture, right? So it requires finances to purchase some of the things that are needed on the farm. When we talk about application of fertilizer to pesticides and herbicides, they require money. And with limited access to finance, except for some organizations or some government policies now that we say, okay, where we say that some sort of loan or finance is made available for women to access, that women can access these loans and use them for their agricultural practices. But then it is not on the scale that we can imagine. So there's also that limitation of finance. There's also that the limitation of technology, right? Where beyond, if we really want to ensure that food is produced at a great level, where it is commercially made in huge commercial quantities, we would believe with me that there is also the need for the use of technology, the use of machines on the farm. Now, how many women can afford to get, let's say, tractors, weeders, and the rest of it to use on the farm, right? So although there are exceptions, of course, but then in the majority, we see that there's still a limitation to the availability of technology, to women to also help in farming and, of course, to scale up food production and food availability. So yes, women contribute a great deal to farming, to agriculture, but then there are still challenges. And so if we begin to look at these challenges and make efforts towards covering them or towards, minimizing their impact, we'll see that the agricultural sector will be better for it.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from that. We've said a lot about the women, and we are hopeful that all of this will be put in place and things will begin to work out better than it is at the moment. Let's talk about the changing climate and movement. Environmental changes are altering planting seasons, crop yields, and even where people live. Can you please speak to the influence of climate pressures onto these farming patterns and movement across regions?
Yes. So the impact of climate change, from what we know, it actually felt more on the agricultural sector, on the agricultural sector. That's because a lot of the things needed or the impact is more evident in this area. Now we see environmental change caused by a change in the climate, and we see that, and that's because the change or global warming has taken place, and it has increased beyond pre-industrial areas where the weather is hotter. There's a lot of change to the climatic situation, and so this has also impacted the environment, agriculture, farming, and other things like that. Now, environmental change, how has this affected environmental pressures, and how this has affected agriculture? We see that in changes in rainfall patterns, right? So there has been a shift in rainfall patterns where rains come later than usual, and when they come, they are more intense than they were. And so crops that need early rain to yield no longer have the rain. and those that need little quantity of rain to survive are now inundated with heavier rain. So there's a change in rainfall patterns as a result of the impact of climate change. And of course, this has also put pressure on the agricultural sector. And beyond that, also we see drought and desertification, especially in the Sahel region. And in Nigeria, we will notice that in countries or in parts of the northern part of the country where desertification is taking place, drought is taking place, and so the weather is, the plants are drying up as a result. And we see, because of this, many farmers are now adopting other climate smart processes or practices like irrigation, and then looking for climate resistant crops to guard against the impact of climate change on this. But then we also notice that with this desertification and drought happening, there's a movement, especially for livestock farmers from the northern part of the country to the southern part of the country in search of food, in search of pasture for their farms. And as a result also of climate change, we see that flooding and coastal erosion. Now, coastal communities are also being threatened by the impact of climate change, right? And so they are even their own practices and traditions. I know of communities in the Niger Delta area where they are mostly, of course, coastal communities where they have certain practices, where they have certain cultures that are, of course, related to the rivers. Now, the rivers are flowing beyond their banks and then tackling people around these riverine areas. So flooding is taking place, especially around the southern region of the country, as a result of climate change. And then we see that, like I mentioned, migration and conflict in this aspect, because as people move from one location to the other, looking for regions that are more that they can more readily adapt to, there is a conflict, especially on resources like land, like food, like water. So with that, there is a clash, there is a conflict, and that's why we would record that we sometimes see the farmer header crisis. It's as a result of the conflict of resources, to food, for the farmers, and then of course pasture for the headers. So this impact or the pressure of climate change has also led to migration, and in that process, it has also led to conflict between communities and those who are more like people, strangers, or people who are coming into communities. But then there are strategies that can be adopted, of course, to ensure, and like I mentioned, that adapting to climate-fast technologies, planting of resistant crops, climate-resistant or drought-resistant crops, to agroforestry, and to irrigation. These are some ways that farmers and, of course, herders or people, livestock farmers now, are trying to mitigate the impact of climate change. So the overall, the impact of, or the challenge of climate, as a result of the changes in the climatic situation or climatic conditions, has also led to a pressure on the agricultural sector. And like I mentioned earlier, and this is because the sector is very vulnerable to this impact. It is where we see it more often. It is where we see it more often because it is practical. Although there are in various other sectors like health, like even to education and all. Climate change or the change in the climatic conditions affects these areas, but it is more the agricultural sector is more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and it is more evident than the others. So there's a pressure, from a change in the climate to farming here. Thank you.
Okay, so I like the fact that you talked about disputes, that happens, especially when people move from one location to another, struggle for survival, land, food to eat, and all of that. So a lot happens. So as the climate is having its own impact, we have the human impact as well, Aside from this conflict that just happened within, because we need to get this done and all of that, the issue of insecurity is also there. So for rural communities to thrive, I want to believe that safety and trust are very essential. How do insecurity, displacement, or fear affect productivity, cooperation, and community cohesion?
Okay, so for security or insecurity, as you say, is a very big challenge to communities and to cohesion, to livelihood. Now, if countries or communities are experiencing insecurity, I don't think anybody will want to dwell there. We see a practical instance in what is obtainable in the northern or most northern parts of the country, where security challenges are ravaging communities now. This leads to displacement. And of course, when people are displaced from where they have naturally been existing, it impacts their livelihood. It impacts, what their production. In fact, it disrupts their entire, life. Now, we see this particularly if you look at, communities where insecurity is holding sway or has, been reported over time. We see a movement of people away from that, and that also takes them away from their natural habitat. And psychologically, there is an effect of that to them. And of course, they are not able to invest in their future. They are not able to, they are not able to ensure that their cultures thrive. They are not able to ensure that their heritage and their traditions hold again. Because all that is in their mind now will be to survive whatever, security challenge that they are faced with. So insecurity has also is a huge factor to displacement of communities. And so when people leave, we see the effect in several ways. And economically too, socially, people are affected by this, and they are not able to live on their we like to say ancestral home, or to where they originally lived before. So there is the need for people to feel safe in their communities, in what they do, because that is also where they are able to thrive. That will help them thrive. That will help them make decisions about their life, about their future, about what they're able to do. But if people are faced with one case of insecurity or the other, bombing, bandit attacks, terrorist attacks, kidnappings, and the rest of it, what will be utmost in their mind will be safety. They want to go to places that are safer. And that movement also, like I mentioned, causes a conflict. Because when you are moving from one place to the other, you are putting pressure, economic pressure, and even pressure on the resources of the host communities that people are moving to. Let's say, for instance, in a community where people are they are like 2 million people, and then because of insecurity in another community that is like a million people, and then these people are moving from their own region or their own communities to another. Now, they are going to add to the pressure of these host communities. I mean, there will be that struggle to access water, to access housing, to access food, to transportation, and to other economic sectors. And of course, when this happens, there's a level of pressure that it adds to the host community. So insecurity is not just it's not only located, it's not restricted to the location where it happens. It has a spillover effect on communities, to host communities. And of course, when these things happen, we see that government will also have to up their own budget, right? Because many times when insecurity happens, we see, humanitarian and disaster management agencies who move into those communities, offering relief and relief materials to them. Now, these are monies that should be budgeted for other areas like education, like security, and the rest of it. But now, these resources are going to be used to ensure that the people who have been displaced are, providing a sort of cushion for them in the meantime. So there will be the cost of governance will also increase, right? The cost of governance will also increase as people are affected by insecurity, and then as they move from one region to the other. So there is the need, of course, to ensure that communities are safe, and because it is not the issue of security is not just is not location based. It's not restricted to the remote locations where they happen. It has a spillover effect, even if not directly. I mean, people who are in other regions also will also feel the psychological impact of that. And if I'm here and I know that a case of insecurity or attack by bandits or terrorists happened in another location, I'll be worried about the people there. What if I have friends? What if I have families in those locations? And so it troubles everyone at the end of it. But so there's a need for people to feel safe in their homes, and that's how economies thrive. That's how people were able to ensure to invest in their future. That's how people were able to make plans for their future, and of course add to the economy and of course to their own social life.
Okay. So thank you so much, Ntecha. Oh, I beg your pardon. So I will need to go on a short break at the moment. It's still your favorite program, Across Borders, and we've been talking about living on the land, women, farming, and community resilience. And of course, the conversation has been with Nchitachi, and I mean, you've been with us, I believe you are with us, and but we'll go on the break at the moment, and when we come back, the conversation will continue. She's been talking about women, talking about farming, talking about the concerns where there are insecurity and other related issues, even as it extends beyond those communities, even to other areas. So we'll take a break now. When we come back, the conversation will continue. Please stay with us.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Thank you for joining us. This is still Across Borders here on SOUQ News Television. And of course, we've been talking about the topic living on the land, women farming and community resilience. Of course, our guest is Nchetachi Chukwaja, and she's been having this conversation with us. We want to quickly take it through so that probably we can call it a day for today. So the show is still on. Thank you, Nchetachi. Now, I want to ask you, let's talk about policies. I know earlier you mentioned one or two key areas, that you feel government should look into. But again, I don't know if it is true, but I want to ask you, is it true that policies are often designed, far from communities that they affect? Is it true? And if that's true, how can agricultural and land policies work better when they are shaped by local realities, lived experiences, and community dialogue?
Okay, yeah. So most policies we see. I recently had an engagement, and then I found that there are policies for certain aspects of the country, and then people in that those policies are targeted at or would impact in one way do not even know about it. Now we know that there is the issue of ignorance, or we say illiteracy, playing a key role. But even when these policies are being made, are there efforts to ensure that the people for which these policies are made know about them? Okay, so when policies in formulating policies, we see that they are sometimes far removed from the realities of the people that they are being made for. Even when those are captured, people for whom these policies are made are not carried along in the processes, right? Let's take bills, for instance. We see when bills are proposed, they go for first reading, they go for second reading, they are taken for public hearing and other legislative processes. Now, when they get to the public hearing section, yeah, people, representations or representatives from the key or stakeholders are being invited for this. But then, how many of them go back to enlighten people in their own communities about these policies. So we see that there is a disconnect between the policies and the people for whom they are made for. And so it seems governance is far removed from people that policies that it is meant for. So in making policies, it's important to ensure that policymakers, rural communities for whom these policies are made are an agreement. Now, I will use because we are talking about farming, agriculture, and of course conflict, we'll look at the open grazing policies that were made by several state governments. Now, and the essence of that policy was to ensure that there is a cohesion, or that farmers and herders are able to live harmoniously. But I mean, the policy has not exactly achieved that for which it was meant for, and we still see cases of farmer-herder crisis going on. So when making policies, it's important that policymakers do not just sit, out up there and then make policies for people who are down there. There's a need for a middle ground where policies are even made based on the lived realities of the people. You can't be making policies for people who do not even understand what you're talking about. Or when we make policies that are not in alignment or in agreement with what people are facing, or even making policies for what that are not for cases or for situations that are not even in the immediate the immediate concern of the people that those policies are targeted at. So we see that policies most times in Nigeria are not in tandem, or when they are done, they are far removed from the communities that they are meant for. And that is where we see that there is a policy breach, where one is going this way, the other is going that way, and until we now look for, okay, somebody is a scapegoat, let's use the person or when we say, okay, let's apportion judgment or pass out judgment, or even carry out what's it called now, where we punishment, yes, give people punishment for deviating from what the policy says. But before that punishment comes, there need to be sensitization, awareness created about policies. I mean, enough so much that even people in whatever location they are, as far removed or as far flung as they are able to know the policies, understand them. There's also another thing about policy making. Most times, of course, because the English is our lingua franca, we use the English language. But we see that it's also important that policies are explained, sensitization programs and awareness programs are created in the local languages, right? Or people down to, and then use people who these community members know, or stakeholders, or people that community leaders, that these people know about and they trust, to create sensitization as much as possible. Go down to the rural areas and and able to demystify myths, and of course provide facts. Because even when policies are made, I mean, we will see cases where policies are made and somebody somewhere will say, no, that's not actually what it is. Or the government is trying to look for a way to antagonize us. Let's use the case of vaccination of people, where they say, the vaccination is so that they will reduce our population, or they are doing that so as to weaken us or something like that. So we see a lot of misinformation out there about policies. But then when policies when policymakers align with stakeholders, community leaders, who understand, you know, we look at it, we say it's a chain, right, of hierarchy, of leadership, where they go from people who are from the policymakers to people in the communities, educate them, and then go down to the rural communities to as far removed or as distant as those communities are, and then ensure that meet disinformation, you know, and our fake news, as we say, you know, are distilled and then removed from those facts, ensuring that facts thrive. That's the only way that policies can, you know, are able to get to the people they are meant for. But if this does not happen, we'll always be experiencing that disconnect between policymakers or policies and then the people for whom these policies are made.
Okay, great. And at this point, we'll be wrapping up. So I just want to take a last question. Perhaps you can do this in 1 minute. You know, so reporting, responsible reporting is very important. And I want to ask you, from your own perspective, how can journalists report these realities with care, accuracy, and respect without stripping people of dignity? Why did I ask? Because, you know, people are involved and they have their stories. One way or the other, some want to keep their stories. One way or the other, they just don't have a choice. The stories have to be there, but the way to report it is very important. So in your own perspective, I say again, how do you think, you know, media, journalists should report these realities with care, accuracy, and respect without stripping people of dignity? In 1 minute, if we can do this.
Okay, so we were taught, or we know that ethics is the heart and soul of journalism. If you're not an ethical reporter, I mean, that particular the calling should be questioned. Now, in reporting people who are people who have faced one displacement or conflict or issue of migration, or even one challenge or the other, it's important to apply the principles, the ethics, you know, to the principles of journalism, one of which is ethical reporting. Journalism that does not do harm. If reporting, you know, if in your reporting as a journalist, it is going to affect the community or add to the burden of the people you are reporting for, I mean, you're only aggravating the problem of the people you are reporting about. Now, in reporting people who have gone through one challenge or the other, it's important to apply ethics. Now, in the ethical considerations, of course, dignity of people. If, for instance, you meet people in certain conditions that will not add to their dignity, I think it is important as a journalist to ensure that those people are not stripped, of course, of their dignity at that point. Now, there's also the issue of confidentiality. If I obtained any information on the basis of, oh, you are telling me this in confidence, right? It's important to maintain that, and not because, oh, I want my reporting to go viral, I want to be the first to report this, then I throw away that confidentiality. Now, that will also impact on your reporting as a journalist, because next time that particular source or that particular person will not, you know, have it in his or her mind to want to grant you that interview. Now, there's also the part about keeping people, like I mentioned, maybe anonymous and all of that, and then ensuring that they are able to see you when you're reporting. So in essence, of course, ethics is the heart and the soul of journalism, and especially in cases where we see people are in vulnerable conditions, it is non-negotiable that ethical practices should be in that situation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nchetachi Chukwuaja, for your time and insight. I think I like that closing, and I can only say that we all come together. I mean, we're in this together, you know, as journalists, to ensure that we do it right. Ethical reporting is very important. Responsible reporting is very key, and it is left for us to ensure that we continue to carry this course. Yes, thank you so much, and until next time again, we'll see you I want to wish you a very blessed moment. And even as the year is wrapping up, going to an end, I want to wish you a fantastic, happy new year. I know I'm going to see you again in 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yes. All right, so life on the land is not just about crops or seasons. It is about people identity and the quiet strength that holds communities together in the face of change. Today's conversation reminds us that women are not just contributors to farming systems. They are pillars of resilience, community, and care. And when communities are supported with dignity, safety, and policies grounded in lived experience, lived realities, recovery, and growth become possible. And this is a call to action for all of us to give our best support at every given time. Thank you very much for joining us on Across Borders this morning, and do well to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Until next time, I know, like I mentioned earlier, I know I'm going to see you again come next year. That's no doubt. My name is Grace Komolafe. I wish you a blessed transition into 2026. Have a great day.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable, but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria. predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy were unfavorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out-migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes, Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362.